award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium in Jackson, Tennessee. Flow Sports proudly presents Gulf South Conference basketball. Today, the homestanding Union University Lady Bulldogs, number 7 in America, taking on Montevallo's Falcons in an important rematch for both of these teams. Starting lineups coming onto the floor. And that was Leisha Steger. Right behind her, Leah Edwards, 5'9" forward from Conyers, Georgia. And wrapping up with Callie Smallwood. She's going to be a handful today. She's a 5'9" freshman from Bluntsville, Alabama. Now, here come the Lady Bulldogs, and here comes the light show. Here she is from Papua New Guinea, Shanique Lucas. 32 points Thursday night in that thriller overtime victory over Auburn Montgomery. Jazzy Ann Houston back in the lineup for her second game after having to sit out last weekend with an injury. Macy Lee, the top scorer for the Lady Bulldogs with a 13-point average. Courtney Zenson, she can hit from inside and outside, and here comes Olivia Lee, 4-time freshman of the week in the Gulf South Conference. Olivia averaging 10 per game. Union still will be without the services of Lauren West and Bethany Dillard today, but they're almost back to full strength after having 4 players out with injuries last weekend. Lauren is there in the black sweatshirt. They're almost back to full strength after having 4 players out last weekend. When these two teams met down in Alabama, Montevallo played it to the end. Union managed to stretch out a 79-73 victory on New Year's Eve, but they will face a handful today in Carrie Smallwood, tremendous, Callie Smallwood, as well as Marissa Snodgrass. And then on the free throw line, Anna Catherine Eastman, 94% she is. You do not want to put her on the free throw line. To jump it is going to be Macy Lee and Leisha Steger. And on this Saturday afternoon in West Tennessee, let the games begin, and the Lady Bulldogs have it wide open down the lane, and the layup is right there in all of 4 seconds. Union to the lead with Shanique Lucas picking up where she left off on Thursday night with those 32 points. That was one of those games that she just was unstoppable, and they needed every single one of them because the game went to overtime. This Montevallo team is 13-10. Bank is there, nicely navigated by Steger. This is one of these that could be a shootout between these two. Lee thought about the 3 and then decided to pull up instead. And look at the spin move. Not getting it up high enough was Anusin. And the Falcons slow it back down as they get it across midcourt. This is a team that shoots 37% from the floor, not the crispest shooting team. And they are out-rebounded on the season, 35-39. But they seem to always get up for Union, and the three-pointer goes astray, but the offensive rebound is there. Edwards puts it through, open underneath. Macy Lee could not get it high enough. That is a problem Union had Thursday night when they missed 12 layups, and that is one of the key categories that kept the game tight. Union also had a 34-15 lead in the second quarter, and suddenly AUM outscored them 23-2 behind Macy Lee and driving in for that layup once again to make it a 6-2 game. So Union playing from behind. Macy Lee with the bomb way right. And it is Montevallo dictating the terms in the early going, and the foul will be on Macy Lee. And that will send to the line Steger. And Mark Campbell is sending in a whole host of replacements. With the team nearly back to full strength, they have that ability now to go back to a 5-person substitution. This team is strong from the free throw line, 76%. Edwards, a 77% free throw shooter, misses the second, and that young lady who gets so many rebounds as well as points, Shanique Lucas, came down with it. Mark Campbell substituted out 4. And they kick it to the corner this time, and underneath the layup and the foul. And substitutions coming in also for Montevallo. Leah Cauble will go to the line for a 3-point play. 88% free throw shooter. She's their top from the line. Graduate student in business administration. And nails it. Extremely dependable from the free throw line. A 7-5 lead for Montevallo. Union with 3 up front. That all-court pressure really is relentless. And Mark will rotate between having 3 defenders in the backcourt as well as the entire 5. There's the block. Perfectly executed by Kasharna Lucas. And Shanique thought it was Union's ball. It is indeed not. They got to hurry to get this one in. That was blocked again by Kasharna. And the official is over to discuss something about the shot clock because one of them is on 10 seconds remaining. And now they've got them synced. Now the question is, do they give them a full 20 in this possession? And the official's still looking at the clock. All right, they say now 12 seconds. There we go. And that one was a dangerous pass, but it was retrieved. And they're trying to get in behind Lucas. That 3 was off the back of the iron, and it is going to go back to Montevallo. Checking back in is Olivia Lee, and Shanique Lucas will get a rest. And that one's tipped. But underneath, the layup went against the side of the glass, and it'll be a 3rd opportunity for the Falcons. Union has not been able to control the glass so far in this contest. And a high hook that goes through. So that one for Marissa Snodgrass, her first 2 of the contest. For the bomb, it is there. About 25 feet out for Olivia Lee. And Union still trailing 9-8, 3.5 minutes into this one. This one just looks like it's going to be a higher scoring game than what we saw this past Thursday night. And they lob it on the inside, and that one's short, and the rebound comes off to Lee. She's so fast. And the kick to the corner for Caldwell. Yes! Miss Dependable has sunk another one, and she is the game leader with 6 as Union finally gets the lead at 11-9. That all-court press is designed to cut down the amount of time that an opponent has to be able to. And the turnaround bank shot is there. And Ramey Reed connects on that one. That's her first basket. She's got some height in there, and so she will have an advantage. And Union substitutes in another host. Looks like you got more people than used to come out and attend to your car at the gas station. Sometimes we say when he brings in 4, it's he's changed out 4 tires on his car. That one goes astray, and the rebound back to Emma Callis. And they go around the perimeter again, looking for anybody. That was dangerous, and it's going to go back to Montevallo. That bounce pass was just ill-advised. So Union is going to bring everybody up in all-court pressure. They are so quick to double and triple team the ball in the backcourt. They finally made it through in 7 seconds. It's a very beautiful but very cold and traveling. Taking the step before she made her move. Beautiful afternoon in Jackson, Tennessee, but a cold one. It has been in the 30s all afternoon, and it's probably going to stay that way. Had a pretty heavy front that came through yesterday and changed the face of everything. This has been a week when we've seen snow as well as rain. And the bank does not go, overshot it. And that's going to be a tripping foul. That'll be the 3rd team foul on Union in the first period. And we'll have a timeout. So we got 4:49 to go, and we're all even up at 11. Mark Gamble's team back to the winning ways, 23-2 and 17-2. In the Gulf South, they are trailing Valdosta State by 1 game. There is still a mathematical chance that Union could win the regular season title, but they would have to have some help because they have lost 2 to Valdosta State, the only team in the Gulf South that has conquered the Lady Bulldogs. In fact, the only team in the country that has conquered them this season. And this is a team that didn't even play a home game until December because they were all over the place. Puerto Rico, out in Texas. They were facing some of the finest competition. Big bomb. Iron was unkind, but Union not on the boards. They missed the second. They're going to go for another bomb. And again, it does not fall. And finally, the rebound to Keely Robinson. I know that's one thing Mark Campbell has really preached to them, is giving the opponent second and third chances at the basket. On the drive, the left-hand layup is there. Courtney Zinson off that bounce pass. Very quickly down, high arm extension, and the foul is going to be on Zinson, who made it quickly down the floor on defense. That's the fourth team foul of the period on Union. And another substitution checking in for, it's Anna Catherine Eastman, who is also known as AK. She is from Coleman, Alabama, a town that I go through many times on the way down to Columbus, Georgia. And Isabel Grimes nails it in there. She is a sophomore from Harnett, Kentucky. Went to Breckenridge County High School and ties the game once again at 13. This is a team that, again, don't be deceived by the 13-10 record, because they have played with some of the best in this conference. It's just been a hard thing for them to be able to pull off a string of wins. Here goes Robinson, and she's fouled. And that is a break for Union, because that clock was really ticking down. Foul was on Savannah Cook. She's the New Zealander on this team. From the corner, the three is off the mark to the right. And they tried to get it off of the knee of Macy Lee. Still plenty of time on the shot clock. Got a number of the Montevallo men's team up scouting this one until they have to go in at halftime. And Union, again, is not crashing the glass, giving those second and third opportunities at the basket to Montevallo. That was a quick release, but it was an air ball. The second one goes through for the two underneath. And again, we're tied. No, UM is up 15-13, and Lucas forced that one. And again, as we saw on Thursday night in the second period, but now it's happening. Oh, here's a steal. But she was just, her momentum carried her out of bounds, and so it went back into them. They're going for the bomb. They got it. It's an 18-13 lead. And Isabel Grimes nails it home. Union slows it down, trailing by 5. As we said, just as we saw, there's a bomb. No. Iron Unkind, and high for the rebound is Smallwood. And she goes to the deck. It goes back to the Falcons. But Union just seemed to be out of sync in the second period during that stretch in which they gave up 23 out of 25 points. Let's see how they deal with this, because this Montevallo team is not afraid of Union's record, and they're also not afraid whatsoever of coming in here and pulling off the upset. As Mark Campbell would readily say, that Auburn Montgomery exposed so many of Union's weaknesses on Thursday night. Open again for the three. Almost there, and we got a foul on the backside. And it might be on Shiley Morrison. That is Shiley's first. So with that being the 15th foul, Steger goes to the line for 2. And Olivia Chapman adds another substitution. Edwards checks back in. Right down through the heart, and the way this team shoots free throws, you expect them to deliver about 3 out of every 4, if not 4 out of 5. And the young lady from Somerville misses the second one, but It's a 2-possession lead for the Falcons. And trying to work with her back to the basket, not able to deliver. Lucas with only 2 points in the game so far, and that was in the first 4 seconds. They got to hurry down to 6, and she puts up a bomb, and it's short. And that could be an over-the-back foul, and it isn't, taking a big, big spill. My goodness. Now they're going to come out and check on her, and the trainer may be coming over here to see if she needs some attention. She took that was Savannah Cook, and she took a major spill. Let's hope she's okay. Tell you what, let's take a 30-second break, and we'll be right back.
Your life.
Your home.
Your business. Your future.
Focusing on you, West Tennessee Bank strives to serve its clients in every season of life. With vast experience in personal and business banking, we take pride in guiding you through significant events. At West Tennessee Bank, we help you realize your dreams.
West Tennessee Bank is a division of Decatur County Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. West Tennessee Bank, focused on you.
And they are still attending to Cook down on the floor. It is that spill she took was, it's hard to tell if it was a hip or if it was a knee, and they are beginning to get her up. And fans giving her a big hand, but she's going to be around their shoulders here as they move her out, and they will try to give her some attention to see how she is. That would be a huge, huge loss for them. She's a tremendous shooter from the field, 41%, 75% from the free throw line, and averages 9 points a game. And that is somebody that Montevallo can ill afford not to have, so they're taking her over to the training table. Almost losing it. And they caught her on the double dribble. Shanique just lost control of it, and Union is just, again, this is not the crisp Union team that people are accustomed to seeing. And Montevallo is doing an excellent job getting on the glass, out-rebounding Union in this first quarter, 17-6. That is a big factor in this game right now. It's amazing that the score is not even more lopsided in favor of Montevallo. Faking the three and going in with the high curl left hand, and that was from far outside for Grimes. And this is Callis. And Cauble for the three. You could tell she pushed it the minute she let it go. They could go in with a double-digit lead at the end of the first period, and that's what they're going to hold it for. And putting up the big bomb, and it's off the back of the iron, but again, another rebound. They didn't deliver a score, but Montevallo is on top, 21-13, and they pretty well dominated the first quarter against the number 7 team in the country. We'll be back with the next 10 minutes after this. Olivia Chapman has to be extraordinarily happy with her Falcons. An 8-point lead, more importantly, the way they've just gotten after it on the glass, 19-7, the edge in rebounding against Union that just seemingly is not going after key rebounds. They have given up 11 offensive rebounds, and many of them have been second and third shot opportunities for Montevallo. And let's check our scorebook. Isabel Grimes is the leader with 7 for Montevallo, 5 for Steger. But they have had 6 different players to score, and up until the very end of the first quarter, Union had only 2 players to score. They are led by Leah Cauble with 6. But Smallwood, we told you what a tremendous rebounder she is, and she had 5 in the first period alone. It is Union's ball to start the second period, and let's see if Mark Campbell makes any adjustments. Lucas with that dangerous cross-court pass, but she's a master of it. Olivia Lee with a spin move and can't get it to go. That's the third layup Union has missed. They are really playing strong, intense. But look at this, getting behind the defenders and traveling. Dragging the foot on Steger. And you see the arm motions. I don't think that was exercise from those fans that were seated in the lower bleachers. Now, Union tries to capitalize. That's only the second turnover of this game. From the corner, it's Lucas. Finally gets the 3. So off the turnover, they cut the lead to 5, and they're again going with that intense all-court pressure. And they finally get it across in 6 seconds. So far, it has not been an issue, except for maybe in one possession for the Falcons. Tell you what, Snodgrass thought about going for the bomb. The floater goes up high, and it's the offensive foul. Excellent defensive position for Emma Callis. And once again, you've got wholesale substitutions coming in. Macy Lee is back in, as well as Jazzy Ann Hewson. And with the exception of Leah Cauble, all the ones who are in there now for Union are starters. In the corner. Yes! Cauble with 9 to lead the entire game, and they have hit the first 2 of this period, and both of them have been from behind the arc. Montevallo spreads them out once again. Union plays mostly man-to-man, but they will go to a 2-3 zone. That one was kicked, so they'll get another opportunity at it, and that'll set it back to a new 20. Very, very quick with the passing. The 3 is there. Smallwood with her first 3 of the game. She has 5. So they're back to the 5-point lead, and again, that puts pressure on Union to have to dig from the hole that they were in, down by 8. And quick one. That's a high arc, but Macy Lee really didn't have a good look at the basket. Now, Olivia Lee and Ann Hewson are working hard on that all-court press. Almost a steal by Cauble. Wide open for the 3. No, it's an air ball, and the foul is going to be an over-the-back on Steger. That's her first. So Union dodged another one because Steger was wide open over on the left wing. But the impressive thing about this Montevallo team is the way they've gotten after it on the glass. A 21-7 edge over Union. And trying to drive and traveling is called on Macy Lee. So for Union, that's the 3rd turnover. Each has made 3 in this game. Not a big factor. Most teams have done a good job, most situations, of protecting the basketball. And we're under 7 minutes in the first half. And Montevallo has controlled it virtually all the way except on the opening basket that Shanique Lucas hit. On the inside, the jumper, not there. And again, they are just blocking out so well. And the three knocks it back to an 8-point lead. Trying to get underneath on the inside, Macy Lee draws the foul on Ramey Reed. And Steger will check back in very, very quickly. Coming out is Ramey Reed. And Courtney Zinson back in for Union. So Macy Lee, who is a 70% free throw shooter, and did not deliver on the first one. Knocks it back to a 7-point game, but giving Montevallo an opportunity to get a 2-for-1. And they're bringing 3 in the backcourt this time. And this speed on this Montevallo team, they have really worked it. You can see how they have scouted Union. And underneath, and it just goes astray for Steger. Boy, what a long cross-court pass, and the three will not deliver. But Ann Houston saves it, but she was behind the back. So Montevallo with an opportunity to go to a double-digit lead. Tell you, Snodgrass is one of these that she's a threat anytime she has it. That almost was a three-point play for Edwards. It just caromed off. And Shanique Lucas comes back in for Union. So Edwards has 2. She has hit 1 of her 2 at the free throw line so far tonight, and the iron was unkind. Edwards is a 77% free throw shooter. Misses them both. That's a rarity for her. And an excellent job trying to chase that one down by Snodgrass. She's all over it today. So Union, again, just seems to be totally out of sync in this one this afternoon. And they're spreading them out once again. Ann Houston tries to go to the inside. The left-hand bank. Again, that is 5 shots of that ilk that they have missed today. They have just not been able to get the shots in the paint. Fall away, not there. And Houston the rebound. And we're halfway through the second period of play, and Union still trailing. From the corner, the 3 is there for Courtney Zinson. She has 5. So the lead is now down to 4. But this is a game that is almost a mirror image of what we saw down at Montevallo on New Year's Eve, in which the Falcons had the lead for a significant amount of the game before Union pulled it out 79-73. And there's a steal, one of the few we've seen this afternoon. It's going to be a race. And the foul. No, they're going to call traveling. And she did take an extra step. There was a reach in there, but the official said the travel was before the foul, and so we've got 4:22 to go. Let's take time out, and we'll be back. If there's anything you could say about Olivia Chapman's game plan in one word, it is fearless. Because that's exactly what the Falcons have been this afternoon. They have not been worried about Union's 23-2 record, and by the fact that they're one of the elite teams in America, they came to win. And so far, they have had it under control, and dominating on the rebounding category has been a big part of their success this afternoon. The lead's only 4, but they have controlled it almost from the get-go. And Union has not been able to force turnovers like they typically do against many, many teams and then pick up points off turnovers. They're down to 10 on the shot clock. And they fire from outside, and it is there. Smallwood with 11. She has been hot this afternoon. Macy Lee for the 3. Nope. And tried to go over there and scramble to retrieve it, but it was out of the range of Leah Cauble. And Kasharna Lucas checks out of the game, and so Montevallo a chance to extend this lead to as many as 10 once again after Union closed it to within 4. Ball handling has been excellent by the Falcons this afternoon. They had a 2-on-1, and the foul is on Macy Lee. That is her second. And the local fans here seem to be just somewhat in stunned shock. They're not accustomed to seeing a Union team having to come from behind in 2 consecutive games at home. And Grimes sinks that one. She has 8. She is perfect from the free throw line. 83% on the season, so you figure she'll deliver it. And just as I say that, and then it's an over the back as Olivia Lee rebounded. And that one's on Jones. That'll be her first. So Lady Bulldogs with an opportunity to try to get this back down to a 2-possession game. And that one just simply went out of the hands of Courtney Zinson. And look at this. Oh, my goodness. They're going to give it back to Union. And I can sense just looking over in the corner at the frustration on Mark Campbell's face, because this is one of the lowest scoring first halves. That one's off the foot of Grimes. This is one of the lowest scoring outputs for his Union team. By this stage of the game, in most instances, they've already been up somewhere close to 40. Shanique Lucas back in. She's been held to 5 in this first half, and remember, she had 32 this past Thursday night. And Union needed all of it. Big bomb from Cauble. No, air ball. Shiley Morrison saves it and puts one up herself, and it's too far right. Union is just absolutely snake-bitten. 5 of 13 from behind the arc. It's not a disaster, but they have just simply not been able to get any kind of a flurry going. And Montevallo just being very patient this afternoon. Union seems to be almost rushed. Down to 5 on the shot clock, and right in with that curl hook by Snodgrass. And Union trails by 10. Morrison's going to take it down the lane. Got it, and the foul. And the foul is on Snodgrass. That's her first. Just for a split second, Leah Cauble saw that, rather Shiley Morrison saw that ticket open in there and took it all the way in. She is very quick and makes it a 3-point play. Union again with 3 in the backcourt defense. but spreading them out once again, and this Montevallo team has not been bothered by that press, and there you go, underneath. Overshooting it. That was some late defensive help that came from Leah Cauble. That was almost an easy layup for the Falcons. Tipped high. And again, that pass just had no authority on it whatsoever. And Isabel Grimes just can't make it go. Switched hands at the last minute. And they are doing a good job of picking up Union's three-point shooters. They can't get separation to be able to put up many of them tonight that have a chance for success. And overshooting it is Shanique Lucas, who goes to the deck. That's 7 layups that the Lady Bulldogs have failed to capitalize on as we're down to 1 minute in the first half. Union only shooting 36% in this game underneath. And that one was stripped away by Lucas. Open for the three. Cauble connects. 12 for Leah Cauble. It's back to a 4-point game. Montevallo trying to stop a 6-point flurry for Union here. It was 33-23. And they're going to try to play it. They cannot run it all the way down. They can get it down to about 6 seconds on the clock. And here's Snodgrass taking her time. Watch for her to make a drive herself, and that's what she's doing. And stops and pops, and it's short. And the offensive board, and they can't get it. And a foul right before the half ended with 0.7 of a second, and that is going to be a bonus opportunity for Union. Oh, my goodness. Isabel Grimes, it was just wide open, and it wouldn't drop. So Union with an opportunity at a huge break to knock this one down to a 2-point game, and Olivia Lee will be at the free throw line. 73% free throw shooter. Smashes it through. So it's going to be a 1-possession lead as they go to the locker room. Gets them both. So Union is ending the half on an 8-0 run. It'll be interesting to see what kind of pass they tried to see if they could possibly. They knew they couldn't get one open. Union's all-court pressure was going to see to that. So the Lady Bulldogs managed to chip away at it. It was down 33-23 with 2.5 minutes left, and they went on an 8-0 run to cut it down to a 2-point game here at halftime. But it has been tough going for the Lady Bulldogs. Let's check your Flow Sports scoreboard. The leader in the game for Montevallo is Callie Smallwood with 11 points. She's got 3 3-pointers and 5 rebounds. 8 points for Isabel Grimes, and she has delivered a rebound, an assist, and a steal. And then 6 points for Marissa Snodgrass. She has 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Over for Union. Leah Cauble's 4 3-pointers have been critical for them. And she has 12 points. She is the game high scorer. Shanique Lucas, Courtney Zinson, and Olivia Lee with 5 each. And Olivia has 4 rebounds, but it's going to take getting some more support staff on this Lady Bulldog team to deliver a victory here. They're very fortunate to be down only 2 at halftime, 33-31. We're going to take a break and let you visit with some people that we think are awfully important, and those are the ones who make this broadcast possible, our sponsors. And then when we come back, we will have your halftime team totals, so stay with us. Let's take a look at your halftime statistics. And Union has begun to get the lead in some of the key offensive categories, but that rebound total, that's the one you want to pay attention to. Union finally at 10 of 27 for 37% from the floor. That is under their season's average of 47%. And Montevallo, 12 of 35 for 34%. In three-pointers, Union has finally hit the 40% mark at 6 out of 15. Montevallo began to miss a few late in the half, 4 out of 12 for 33%, which is what their season's average is. Free throws. Union, 5 out of 6, 83%. Uncharacteristic for this Montevallo team that is shooting 76% for the season, 5 out of 11 for 46% from the stripe. But they have out-rebounded Union 27-18, giving themselves a number of second-chance opportunities at the basket. In fact, 10 of their points have come on second-chance opportunities. That's the key right there. Also, Union has forced fewer turnovers than against any team this season at halftime. Lady Bulldogs have given it up 7 times to give Montevallo 8 points. Montevallo has turned it over only 5 times. Union has capitalized with 9 points off of that total, but they've done a great job of protecting the basketball. And I got to tell you, I have been so impressed with this Marissa Snodgrass. 6 points, but 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and she's the smallest player on the floor. She's all over every loose ball. And Union is going to have to do something with her in the second half. But those are your halftime statistics. And we want to salute our crew from Worthy Road Studios production company that provides you the pictures for Flow Sports every time we are here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And we appreciate them tremendously. Executive producer Paul Schultze and Director Christopher Reasons. We'll tell you who some of the others are before we finish up today. But what an afternoon it is. And again, this is one of those that you would say on ESPN is an upset alert. Because 33-31, and another key for Olivia Chapman is to hold Union under 70 points. If they can do that, they've got an opportunity for that upset because the Lady Bulldogs have won 96 consecutive games when they score at least 70. And right now they are under the pace for that. They had 86 in overtime on Thursday night, which is below their season average. Their season average is 94 points a game. And the Montevallo team just seems very relaxed and loose. Got a lot of smiles on the faces, and Union has, as I've said in several instances, has just seemed rushed. It'll be Falcon ball to begin the second half. Steve Beverly back with you here for the call of the final 20 minutes. And let's see what kind of adjustments Mark Campbell has made here in the second half. They spread them out, almost stolen. Zenson is working very, very strongly over there on that right wing. And there's Snodgrass. And somebody didn't cut. She was looking for a cutter, and somebody didn't cut. It went between 2 of her teammates, and so Union gets a turnover to open the half. But as Mark Campbell will tell you many times, they have to capitalize off of it. That long, dangerous pass, but Lucas delivers on them almost every single time. Macy Lee, left-hand layup and the foul. She was extraordinarily quiet in the first half and missed 3 layups, but she delivered there, and she will have an opportunity to give Union the lead for the first time since it was 13-11. Iron unkind, but Union with the offensive rebound. Open for the three. No. And this time it goes back to the Falcons. And they are scrambling for it. It is a jump ball, and the alternate possession goes back to Union. So Lady Bulldogs are beginning to scramble a bit more off the glass, which we did not see them do well at all in the first half. Lee with a bomb. No. Again, her three-point shots have just been off. She's 0 for 3 behind the arc this afternoon. And the jumper, not there. And Houston couldn't get there. Smallwood did. And again, they are getting cold. And it's an over-the-back foul. Olivia Lee went to the deck hard. That's the second foul on Olivia. And for those of you not accustomed to seeing this Union team, Olivia and Macy Lee are sisters. Olivia's a freshman and Macy is a junior. And we're about to see some subs coming in, and the three is there. So the Falcons back to the three-point lead. Union could not command it. Trying for the answer shot. Yes! Shanique Lucas with 8. She had a buzzsaw of a second half on Thursday night against Auburn Montgomery. And they're going to need everything they can get from her against this intense, determined to pull an upset Montevallo team. Almost stolen. Now they're down to 10 on the shot clock. Snodgrass looking for a screen. I'm also impressed with Grimes. Long one, and Macy Lee comes down with the rebound. Open is Olivia. Yes! Olivia Lee with 8, and the Lady Bulldogs get the lead, 39-36. And let's see, do we have a timeout called? And the official says, no, there was a foul. There's a little bit delay in the call. And so they will come over and we'll have a quick timeout. So Union finally to the lead, 39-36.
Dynamics Physical Therapy, your elite provider in sports medicine and performance. Now serving communities throughout West Tennessee.
When you hear our name, know that it comes with a promise to give back to the community that built us. A promise to provide a human touch in a world that is becoming more automated. Ever since we put our roots down in Jackson in 1996, we have aspired to be community-focused by supporting programs and organizations that are important to our city. At First Bank, it is our mission to be present in our community and to continue the belief that when you bank local, you get more. Member FDIC.
We're back. Union leads at 39-36 after trailing at halftime, 33-31. So it has been an 8-3 run for the Lady Bulldogs, and they're bringing everybody in the backcourt this time. Mark Campbell put in some substitutions. And Kisharna Lucas back in with her sister. Leah Cauble, Shiley Morrison, and Emma Callis. Now, I got news for you. When Snodgrass has that ball, you look out. There's a block, but they're going to call the foul on Shanique Lucas. That's her first. And Mark Campbell is not happy with that call. That will send Isabel Grimes to the free throw line. I have been really impressed with her aggressiveness today. And the young lady from Kentucky is robbed from the free throw line. She's their number 2 shooter from the stripe at 83%. Chance to cut it down to 2, and does. And checking back in is Ramey Reed. And here come the Lady Bulldogs on the attack. This would be the first 2-possession lead that they've had in the game if they connect here. And that one's tipped away. They were trying to get it over in the corner to Cauble. So Shanique Lucas will toss it in. Lucas is going to be, I think, more aggressive. There you go. And I think Shanique is going to attack that basket. She was looking for more open players in the first half, but I think that Mark Campbell has given her the message, we need your offense. So she goes to the line for 2. 79% free throw shooter, and again, if she connects here, this would give Union its first 2-possession lead of the entire game. And she does. But a lot of work to do in this one for both teams. And Lucas tried to come up quickly. They screened her out. She was trying to get a steal. And gets one. And here she goes. The steam engine goes, and down the stretch she delivers. That's when we call her the steam engine, because she's almost unstoppable. And they are double teaming Snodgrass. They get it away. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Grimes takes it all the way and can't make it fall. And it goes back to the Lady Bulldogs. And Olivia Chapman is quickly down there to argue it with the official, but she's not going to get anywhere with it. And Union, for the first time, trying to get some separation in this game. They were fortunate there because they'd left a 2-on-1 situation, and Grimes, it looked like a sure layup. It just wouldn't go. All right, here they go to the inside. Spin move. Lucas. Nope. And Shanique could not save it. Jazzy Ann Houston getting set to check back in, as well as Courtney Zinson, Olivia and Macy Lee, and Keely Robinson. It is going to be a wholesale change for Mark Campbell. Got 6 minutes to go. Union had an opportunity to make it a 3-possession game and frittered it away, but they've got everybody up on defense. And trying to get it across, they finally deliver it with a 1.5 seconds to spare. This team is just so lightning fast, and they leave her open for the 3, and it is short. Sometimes when that happens, and Grimes is an excellent shooter, sometimes when things like that happens, it's because players are tired when they go short like that. All right, Robinson's going to look for somebody to dish off to, and it goes to Macy Lee. That was an unorthodox way of getting in to draw the foul, but Macy will have an opportunity for 2. Now, she's only 1 of 3 this afternoon from the line. The foul is on Edwards. That is her second. Ramey Reed is the only player for Montevallo in foul trouble with 3. Olivia Lee has, and she's 1 for 4. That is not characteristic of Macy Lee, 70% free throw shooter. She's had some of her struggles at the line in the last few games. Got the second one. So it is a 3-possession lead for Union. They got to hurry to get it in. Fans, you could hear their editorial comments. Now they bring it back out front. A lot of movement, just constant rotation in this Montevallo offense. Down to 8 on the shot clock. Robinson trying to prevent it, and that one goes short. 30-second clock violation, and so Union will play it. That's now the 13th turnover on Montevallo, and that's 5 in the third quarter alone. Checking out will be Edwards. So Union could go to as much as a 10-point lead on this possession. This is Ann Houston. Jazzy goes for it herself. Nope, iron unkind. And Union did not really, that looked like the first half where they were just not crashing the glass at all. Snodgrass for the bomb, yes! And just like that, she cuts it to a 4-point lead, and Macy almost lost it. And she gets the friendly roll. Back to the 6-point lead for the Lady Bulldogs. When they played, we've mentioned it for you before, when they played earlier this season, it was only a 6-point win down at Montevallo. Union going for victory number 24, Montevallo going for its 14th. 6 on the shot clock. They got to go. No, too strong. And in going for the rebound, Macy Lee was out of bounds. She was over there where the black and white letters are. And we've got timeout. 3:45 to go in the third period. Union on top by 6. Olivia Chapman trying to settle things down with the Falcons. This has pretty much been Union's quarter in the third, a 15-7 edge. Let's look at the scoring. Smallwood, the leader for Montevallo, with 11. She's also had 8 rebounds in the game. She has really controlled the boards. 9 for Marissa Snodgrass and 9 for Isabel Grimes. For Union, Shanique Lucas and Leah Cauble share the lead with 12 each. Shanique has 2 3-pointers. Leah has 3. 8 points for Olivia Lee and 6 for her sister Macy. And Montevallo's shooting percentage has fallen down to 32%, which is below their season's average of 33%. And it'll be the Falcons' ball here as we have less than 4 minutes remaining. And here comes the other official now, after having a conversation with Mark Campbell. And the turnaround jumper is there, right at the horn. Well, now let's see. Did they call it a 30-second clock violation? It appears they did. They said she did not get it off in time. Well, now wait a minute. Let's see what the discussion is. They're going to go over and take a look at it. As they say, the previous shot is under further review. They're going to take a look to see, did she get rid of it before the buzzer? Now, I have to tell you, just from our vantage point, we could not see the light go off. It looked as though she released it before the buzzer went off, but that's what they're looking at right there, is whether that one went through for Smallwood. And that could be crucial, because it is a whole lot different if you are going to give the ball back to Union. Let's see what they say. And the officials coming over to talk to Olivia Chapman and to Mark Campbell. And it is Union ball, and they said she did not. So the call on the floor has been confirmed. No basket, so it's 46-40. And this could be a possession to really put the pressure on the Falcons. The bomb. You could tell she slung it just a little bit too far, and Macy Lee somehow comes out of that pack with it. Down to the 3:15 mark. And Houston is fouled on the drive. That is the fourth team foul on the Falcons. So Jazzy will toss it in, and they again try to go to the wing. They like to be able to see if they can get a screen for a three off of a play like that. There you go, the drive. And Jazzy can't make it fall, and they say she dragged the foot. That is 8 turnovers for Union in the game, and that one, at a time when they could really extend the lead, that one hurt if you're a Union fan. I'm sure you were happy to see it if you were a Montevallo fan. Under 3 minutes to go in the third period. This has been a grinder of a game, and that one just barely saved. And the foul is going to be the fourth on Olivia Lee. And Lee, who has 8 points and 5 rebounds in the game, is going to check out once again, and Mark Campbell sends in 3 subs. He is still also missing Brooke Hampel. And we've said between Brooke Hampel and Lauren West, they deliver 23 points to this Union team. And Callie Smallwood, very dependable free throw shooter, and she's their leader today with 12 points. And just like that, it's back to a 4-point game. Something tells me there's not going to be any kind of comfortable cushion in this one until it's over. .15 on the shot clock. Trying to fire it up, and Macy just cannot get that arm extended high enough. Morrison's got to get rid of it. Had it blocked. And a 30-second clock violation against Union. Lady Bulldogs just looked disorganized on that play, and it looked as though they weren't certain of the time kicking off on the clock. All right, Olivia Chapman spreads her players out. And you may see Mark Campbell in the center of your screen valiantly making defensive adjustments, almost stolen. Excellent job by Smallwood of saving it. And she's going to take it to the middle. Here's the dangerous one in Snodgrass. And that's going to be a 2-shot foul. Macy Lee went to the deck and commits her third. So an opportunity for Snodgrass to cut this one back to 2, the young lady from Hazel Green, Alabama. And a chance to go into double digits. Iron unkind. Snodgrass also 3 rebounds, 4 assists in today's game. And she's one of those graduate students who had the extra year of eligibility and decided to take them up on it, and she connects. So we are now back to a 1-possession game. It was just about a minute ago that Union trying to go down, and it would not fall, but it will send Callis to the line. She has not scored in the game. So she'll have 2. Emma is an 83% free throw shooter. And she delivers. Minute and a half to go here in this third period. And she connects twice. So Union back to the 2-possession lead. And you got a whistle away from the ball, and it's traveling. They said just a little bit of a drag of the foot. So that is turnover number 11 for Montevallo. Union has picked up 14 points off turnovers. This would be a huge possession for them. Lucas for the bomb. No, short. And they give it back to Union. Sharna Lucas was over there fighting for the rebound. Edwards comes back in, and Smallwood comes out for a rest. She's the game leader with 13 points. Union with a new 20. And the curl left hand, they didn't have the angle right, but Sharna Lucas with the offensive board. Big bomb, yes! Shiley Morrison. That's her first three of the afternoon, and that's the biggest lead Union has had at 51-43. Here's the steal. The steam engine is going. She hooks it in. A 10-point lead. Now it's Montevallo that looks a bit shell-shocked. This could be the final possession of the third period. They can get it down to 5 seconds on the game clock. Almost a kick. Now they really have to hurry. The bomb, it's in and out. She was robbed. And they scramble, and I don't think anybody's going to get a shot off. And that's the end of the third quarter. And the hometown fans signaling their approval as Union has taken a 10-point lead, 53-43. But we got 10 more minutes to go, and who knows what may happen. Stay with us. Montevallo controlled most of the first half, but the alarm clock went off for the Lady Bulldogs in the third quarter, a 22-10 edge, and now they're up by 10, 53-43. But this is a dangerous Montevallo team, and Union had to hurry because they had a 2-on-1 situation, but the basket jumps in for Edwards. Lucas down the baseline, and the jumper, the floater goes. Emma Callis with 4. Now 7 Lady Bulldogs have scored in the game. 7 for Montevallo. And the key for Montevallo is trying to get some stops. And timeout called by Olivia Chapman. So we'll take another break. Union by 10. Steve Beverly back with you live at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Union on top 55-45. And let's look at the foul situation. Olivia Lee with 4 fouls for Union, 3 for Ramey Reed for Montevallo. Nobody else for either team is in any serious foul trouble at this stage. And we always try to keep you up to date on that in the fourth quarter because that could change the configuration of the personnel very quickly. Let's check the timeouts as well. Olivia Chapman has 2 timeouts remaining. Mark Campbell has 4 of his 5. And the key thing for the Falcons at this stage of the game is not to give up many more turnovers. They've given up 12 in the game, leading to 18 Union points. And at a point in time where there's a lot of weariness that sets in, that's where you can potentially, and they're going to give it back. But that's where you begin to see sometimes those unforced errors, and it goes. That's one right there. Tried to get it into Snodgrass, and it went off her hands. If Union capitalizes, it could be huge because we would be seeing more than a 4-possession lead if they get a 3. And down the baseline, crisp passing that you see on this Union team. They lob it on the inside and then back out. They've got to hurry, and they threw it away. That was a case of one too many passes. Somebody needed to take a shot, and they just did not. And you cannot afford to let this Montevallo team have a free opportunity to get back into it, and that's exactly what they did. This is Grimes and Snodgrass, and 3. You cannot give Snodgrass a split second. Down the stretch underneath, the home run pass to Leah Cauble with 14. So they swap a 3 for 2, but Union still with a 3-possession lead at 57-48. Smallwood comes way out front. Grimes, she's more comfortable with a 2-point shot inside the gray. And the bank does not go. Smallwood had it, and it just was too hard for the iron. On the inside, turnaround left-hand layup for Kisharna Lucas, her first basket. Biggest lead for the Lady Bulldogs now at 59 and almost a steal. And this all-court pressure is beginning to give many more issues here in the second half than it did in the first half for Montevallo. And here goes Snodgrass trying to take it down the lane, and she is fouled. This young lady would be dangerous on any floor. She will go to the line for 2. She is not one of their strongest free throw shooters, but you want to know her totals during the season. She has had 108 assists and 53 steals. And somebody going 5'4" as she does, it's just astounding. This to cut the lead to 9. Got it. She has been like a good credit card this afternoon in all phases of the game. Shanique Lucas. This is the point in the game where she often wide open for the 3. Yes! Leah Cauble with 17. She has had the hot hand in the third and fourth quarters. Lucas is all over him. There's a steal. Here goes Jazzy to Shanique and gets the left-hand layup. Shanique with 16. Timeout called. Union 64, Montevallo 50. Union with an 11-7 edge in this fourth quarter. We still got 6:40 remaining, and Olivia Chapman has only one timeout remaining. And Union back with all five coming up to challenge defensively. And Jazzy Van Heusen, she is backing up a bit because they don't want to get somebody open behind those defenders for a quick one. And they've got them all tied up in the corner. And jump ball, that's going to give it back to the Lady Bulldogs. Macy Lee relentless to tie that one up. 15 turnovers now for Montevallo. And Van Heusen, she hasn't scored today, but she has been an inspiration, as she often is on that floor. She came into the game with 124 assists for the season. She thought about the three and then backed off of it. Now they're down to 10 on the shot clock, and it's a bomb. And it was in and out. Cauble had it, and it just curled out of the cylinder. And that one just went short. Grimes wanted a foul, but she didn't get it. And on the inside, and a little reluctant to take that three. She had an opening, but Emma didn't take it. And going up, Emma is going to the line for two. And getting set to check back in, Olivia Lee with 4 fouls this afternoon. Callis has hit her 2 free throws for the day and an 83% free throw shooter. And this is what we call the morgue moment here because it gets so eerily quiet in the gym when a Union player in the fourth quarter is at the free throw line. And that one's short. And you can almost sense a little bit of weariness on both sides of the court. When they've gone over, that's going to be a foul, and it looks like it's on Cauble. And that would be her third. And we've got timeout, 5:38 remaining. Union on top by 15. It has been a 34-17 edge for Union in the second half. And considering the fact that they were down 33-23 and scored the final 8 points of the second period, since that time it was a 42-17 edge. And so the game really turned on that 8-point rally late in the first half that made it only a 2-point deficit for Union. For Olivia Chapman, the Falcons have to get some stops now. They have to force some turnovers and try to capitalize off of them because their shooting percentages have tailed off 33% from the floor and 35% three-pointers. They've still out-rebounded Union 35-27. But Leah Cauble has had herself an afternoon with 17 points, including 4 three-pointers. And they say, let's come down a little further left. So this is where the move has to be made by the Falcons, unquestionably. And if Union gets 6 more in this game, or even 5 more, then that's usually enough for victory for them because they've won 96 in a row when they've scored at least 70. They can't afford to hold the ball long. Blocked from behind by Macy Lee, and they've got 5 seconds remaining. What they cannot afford to do is to take these 22 to 25 second possessions. And forced and blocked. And that's going to end it. Union has it. They got possession, so it would have been a 30-second shot clock violation. Tipped, but it's recovered. And they're going to, let's see, are they call Macy Lee for traveling? Apparently so. They said she took a step. So for Union, turnover number 12. As Mark Campbell will say sometimes, it's the little things that gets us. But boy, now if you're a Union fan, you like to see Macy Lee chase after one. You don't like to see her go crashing into the stands. They've already had enough injuries in the last 2 weeks on this ball club. Under 5 minutes to go. There's still time for Montevallo to make a run. And they go for the bomb. Short. And they save it. Union did not challenge that offensive rebound. Going for the bomb. No. Will not fall for Grimes. Right down the lane and changing direction and going with the left hand. Olivia Lee with 10. 17-point lead, a 6-possession game, and this is where we say you cannot take 20 to 25 seconds. Your possessions have to be about 12 to 15 because you're not going to get that many remaining against Union to try to make a late run. Leah Cobble checks back in, and Courtney Zinson comes out. Also coming back in, Jazzy Ann Houston. And Olivia Lee checks out. Snodgrass tries the floater, and it won't fall. And it's a foul from behind on Snodgrass. That's Marissa's third. And this is a distinctly different second half from the one we saw in the first 20 minutes of this game, in which most of it was controlled by Montevallo. And Union was trailing at halftime. And Houston can't get it up high enough. They have really defended against her with that spin move of hers. Snodgrass wanted to go for the three. Instead, it still will not drop. And Macy Lee saves the rebound. And it is Morrison. Not quite there, but they get the offensive board. And this is Cobble. And this is three. Cobble with 20. That's 70. That should be enough for the 97th consecutive victory when a Union team has scored 70 or more. And again, it looks as though that they are just about out of gas because they're not making a rushed rally. And Snodgrass can't make it work, and Macy Lee the rebound again. And it looks as though Union has just somehow taken the gas out of the tank for the Falcons because they just don't have, you got to play with a sense of urgency here at this situation, and I don't think they got any left. Well, that pass was just not with much authority, and there were three Falcons on the other side to intercept it. And timeout called by Olivia Chapman. Let's take another break. A little more than 2 minutes to go. Union leads it by 20. Well, back we are, Union up 70-50. And the Lady Bulldogs will garner their 24th win of the season, only 2 losses. And they will go 18-2 in the Gulf South and still have a mathematical chance to either win or tie for the regular season title. But it wasn't without a huge struggle in the first 2.5 quarters because this Montevallo team played with a tremendous amount of heart this afternoon. They're down to 10 on the shot clock. And the threes have just not come with any rapidity here in the fourth quarter in particular. And Union will just take its time in no rush to try to put one up. And they go around the corner to Morrison. Now with 7 on the shot clock. And Houston can't make it go, but they get the offensive board, and there goes the 3, and it is Cauble again. 23 for Leah Cauble. What an afternoon she has had. And again, much slower tempo now because they just have not been able to hold on. And a whistle away from the ball. And apparently it was a violation, and so Union will play it as Shanique tosses it in. And we're under a minute to go, and after a huge scare, the Lady Bulldogs are going to take this one with relative ease, and Macy Lee has it slapped away and trying to snatch it away. That's only the 3rd team foul on Union, so they'll play it on the side. And here we go once again with Grimes, who's played a tremendous game this afternoon. And this will be the next to last possession. Union will probably not put it back up if they succeed in getting it back with about 4 seconds to go, and knocked away, and it was last touched by Montevallo, so Union will probably just skate the rest of this game time out with 15 seconds remaining, and that is exactly what they will do. And the Lady Bulldogs win it 73-50. After trailing at halftime and trailing in much of the first half by as many as 10 points. But they win their 24th out of 26 contests. Snodgrass was the leader for Montevallo with 15, and Smallwood had 13, and they both played outstanding games. But for Union, the big gun, and particularly in the second half, was Leah Cauble. She had 6 3-pointers, 23 to lead the Lady Bulldogs, 16 for Shanique Lucas, 10 for Olivia Lee, but the 23 for Leah Cauble makes her our Flow Sports Player of the Game, and she deserves it greatly, and she was a big part of the wake-up call that Union had during the third quarter, in which they finally pushed the lead back in their direction, and then in that fourth quarter salted it away. So it was a total team performance, but certainly the standout, Leah Cauble, and our congratulations to her on being our player of the game. Now, for those of you who are watching us on the Flow Sports app, in just a little more than 25 minutes, we'll be right back here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium, and we will bring you the men's half of this doubleheader, and it is one that is very important because both Union and Montevallo are right on that cut line for the number 8 slot. Only 8 teams go to the conference tournament. Union is a half game behind Montevallo, which is in 8th right now. So the team that wins this one, and Union really is under pressure to deliver this afternoon to get themselves back in the number 8 slot. So everything is riding on the line just to get into the conference tournament. So we hope you'll be with us for that. It will be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 4:05, and I hope you'll be with us right here on Flow Sports. But we enjoyed having you with us this afternoon, and stay with us here on our network. It is a great joy to be with you here on Flow Sports. So this is Steve Beverly saying so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee, where the final score was Union 73 and Montevallo 50. This has been a presentation of Flow Sports, the Gulf South Conference, and its member institutions. Good afternoon, everybody. Live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium in Jackson, Tennessee, Flow Sports proudly presents Gulf South Conference basketball. This afternoon, it's the homestanding Union Bulldogs against Montevallo's Falcons from Alabama. Hello again, everyone. I'm Steve Beverly, and if you missed the women's game before this one, it was Union pulling it away in the second half to win it 75-50 to go 24-2 on the season. This is, on paper, an evenly matched contest this afternoon in the men's half of the doubleheader. Union 11-12, 8-11 in the Gulf South Conference. Montevallo 10-14 and 9-11. Now here's what's on the line. We have one more weekend in the conference race. Every one is going to be crucial to these two schools because Montevallo is currently in 8th place, 1/2 game ahead of Union in the conference standings. And only the top 8 teams in the GSC go to the conference tournament. This one is really critical for Union this afternoon because if Montevallo loses, they're still only a half game behind. If Montevallo wins, then Union would have to win both games next weekend against Shorter and Lee, and then have to have some help from others in the conference to be able to make the conference tournament. And hopefully that is not as confusing as it seems, but that's the way it is. Union defeated Montevallo on New Year's Eve 83-56 down in Alabama. For Montevallo, they lost to Christian Brothers Thursday night 81-65. Union had one to just get away from them after a 15-point lead and lost on the final possession of the game to Auburn Montgomery 79-78. Here come the starting lineups for both of these teams. And this is Jack Henderson, a 6'5" graduate student, transfer from Albuquerque, New Mexico. He went to Lewis Clark State. And Cam Glover, a 6'1" junior from Trussville, Alabama. Brandon Fussell, a 6'1" freshman from Gunnersville, Alabama. Aiden Gardner, a 6'9" junior from Australia, and he is double tough at the post. And now here come the Bulldogs, and here comes the light show once again. There you go, Jordan Pike. Outstanding freshman. Devaki Gar, who has had Freshman of the Week status. Lane Sarver. Jeremiah Littlepage, the senior, at the post. And Parker Applegate. And those are your starters on what outside is a beautiful but chilly Saturday afternoon in Jackson, Tennessee. And these two teams have had an interesting battle. I don't know if you could rise it to the level of a rivalry, but they have had some really interesting matchups over the course of the time that both of them have been in Division II NCAA basketball. And we're glad to have you on board this afternoon. Steve Beverly with all the play-by-play as we wind down and get close to bringing down the curtain on another Gulf South Conference season. And it's been a delight to be with you here on Flow Sports and the Flow Sports app all season long. Littlepage will jump it with Gardner, and the Bulldogs come up with it. But scrambling, trying to get it away is Fussell. It's going to go back down, and you got to hand it to Fussell. He went all over that one. So Union will play it all the way down at its end of the floor. And I think they're having some discussion with the other official about, well, I'm not sure what that discussion's all about. Anyway, Union will play it. And now we are officially underway. Bulldogs are the kind that was tipped away. Bulldogs have 19 on the shot clock. And this is Gar. And he works around the perimeter. Sarver is semi-double teamed, and they lose it. First turnover of the game, and trying to take it all the way down. Littlepage the rebound after the miss by Glover. And Gar, who is lightning fast, is going to take it down the baseline and have it slapped away. So we have had an interesting series of exchanges here in the first 45 seconds. And here goes Littlepage between the defenders and gets the soft bank. So Jeremiah with the first basket of the game. And this is Gardner. And they get a screen for the three, and it is perfect for Cam Glover. So they exchange 3 for 2 in the first minute. Now, Littlepage may work one-on-one against Gardner again. They're playing a strong man-to-man, but they come out in double team. It's going to go back in the other direction. Fussell thought he had it. So let's see once again how they play it. They're going to go to Pike with that spin move, and he is going to scramble and get it. They're down to 8 on the shot clock, so they've got to hurry. A double spin move, and the basket is not there. He did hit the iron, so Union gets it with Applegate on that offensive board. And again, some confusion. They are really scrambling to keep them out of the paint. Littlepage couldn't connect. And it's Glover with the rebound. He tries to go the inside to Gardner, and Gardner overshoots the bank. And they work the perimeter. And Gar for the three. And it is in and out. Pike made a desperate attempt to save it, but thank goodness they have those cushion pads back there against the wall. I can remember years ago when that area of the floor was lined with people, and then finally they decided, nope, you can't do that anymore. And the ball will stay with Montevallo. Gardner with it once again. And they go outside. Fall away three, does not fall. And Pike comes down with a rebound. And once again, they slow it down. Littlepage open for a rare three, and it goes right. And Brandon Fussell the rebound. So these teams have been measuring each other here in the first 3 minutes. We've not seen an extraordinary amount of offense. They work against Littlepage and overshooting it once again, and the foul. And let's see if it's going to be on Littlepage, and I think they're going to charge it to Pike. So that's the first foul of the contest, and Fussell is back to toss it in. And the fall-away three is there. Perfect for Cole Maddox, the 6'3 junior from Coleman. And they push it around the perimeter once again. Littlepage can do so many things with the ball, and he is really a quiet leader on this floor. And going right into traffic, Garr had it slapped away. And the foul is going to be, it looks like it may be on Sarver. Yeah, they're going to call that one on Sarver. And so, two-shot opportunity. And it's Cole Maddox. And on the season, he is not one of their leading free throw shooters. And that goes off the mark. Well, we have been given an incorrect number there. And I'll try to correct that for you momentarily. And gets the friendly circular roll. As it is right now, our computer stats have completely left us, so we're going to have to do our best to give you what we can as this game goes along. And on the inside it goes. And Gardner once again. Fussell is trying to direct traffic and takes it down the lane, and Littlepage with the block, but they don't get, and it goes off of the hands of Fussell. And all of that disruption was started by the block with Littlepage. Let's take time out. Montevallo to the lead, 7-2. Dave Niven trying to get his team settled down. They've been held to a single field goal by Jeremiah Littlepage here in the opening 4.5 minutes. Those young ladies that you just saw, they really want mom to send them either some food or some money. They told us that before the telecast tonight, and they just begging mom, please make sure you make us a contribution. And they got JT DeBuck in the game now for the Bulldogs, who started most of the season, and that one stripped away. Pike went right into Glover. And again, they keep it around the perimeter. Union being held to a single basket now in the first 5 minutes of the game. And the bomb. Nope. Too far left, and it is Pike with the rebound. Ahmad Johnson, the leading scorer for the Bulldogs, has checked in. And he usually gives a spark off the bench for this team. That's why they put him there. And tell you what, Jeremiah Littlepage was almost caught in a 4-man box. They got to go. 4 seconds remaining, and Pike cannot connect. It's been a strong man-to-man defense on the part of Montevallo. The three-pointer goes errant. And Union somehow trying to get on the board in any way possible. That three finally connects for Jordan Pike. To think what that young man is going to eventually deliver. He is just a freshman. And he's already been playing like he's a junior. Turnaround jumper for the three is not there for Glover. And here they go back on the attack. Very low scoring affair so far. Bulldogs on Thursday night looked as though in the final 8 minutes of the game they had it. Bank shot does not go for Johnson. And then the air just went out of the tire, and on the final possession of the game, they lost it 79-78 to Auburn Montgomery. Fallaway is there. Fussell continues to deliver for this Falcon team. He's a 48% field goal shooter. And that one just goes too high. It was actually tipped by Jack Henderson. And all the way down and not able to deliver at the opposite end. And the jumper for DeBuck. JT connects. So Union back within 2. This is one of those games that the Bulldogs know they've got to have this one to stay in huge contention, and that one is an air ball. Bulldogs have to have this one realistically to have it. They could mathematically still go to the conference tournament, but it would be a major chore. They would have to have help. If they win today, their advantage would be in their direction primarily because of the fact it would give them 2 wins in the season over Montevallo, which would be the tiebreaker if they both end up with the same conference record. And long three-pointer does not go. Charlie Champagne with the rebound. He's one of the few people who has a number that's larger than 5 in any part of college basketball, but he gets number 8. And the Falcons again trying to play one-on-one against Dijon Jordovic, who's in at the post now. Long three. No, air ball. But they get the offensive board. He stepped on the end line, and so it will go to Union. And DeBuck slows it down once again. And in the game now also is Isaiah RCA Victor for 3. The connection is made for Ahmad Johnson, and the Bulldogs with their first lead since the opening basket. It's 10-9. So let's see if the Falcons can answer back. And they continue to whip it around the perimeter. They haven't been able to be very successful until now. They get the stuff from Aiden Gardner. You get a big 6'9" guy in there, and you can get that lob pass timed perfectly. He's going to deliver for you. Jordovic is working against Gardner. They've still got 12 on the shot clock. And from the corner. Nope, too much on it for the 3. And here goes Fussell. I tell you, that big guy Gardner, and you look at the mismatch they've got there with Gardner and DeBuck, and the 3 is there. Fussell with a tremendous, he's a great floor leader. He shoots 42% from behind the arc. And Union needing an answer right here. Down to 10 on the shot clock, and here, Ahmad Johnson on the inside, and it's the offensive foul. And there are some fans who have made the journey from Central Alabama, and we have timeout. 10:07 to go, and it's Montevallo on top of Union, 14-10.
Can I get some help?
Whatever they went through together.
Welcome, guys.
Life well planned. See what a Raymond James financial advisor can do for you.
Let's look at your scoreboard once again. Fussell is the leader for Montevallo with 5, and Union has 3-pointers each for Ahmad Johnson and Jordan Pike. So let's see what kind of adjustments will be made out of this timeout. And to toss it in, it's going to be Charlie Champagne. I like his name. And here they go. Again, they keep it outside, but they, particularly if they have Gardner in there, they love for him to sneak behind the defenders. And fall away 3. Iron was unkind, and they were going after the offensive board, but the foul. And that one is going to be on Isaiah RCA Victor. Littlepage will check back in, as does Jordan Pike. And they work around the perimeter again. They like to get screens to get the long threes. 8 on the shot clock, so they're going to have to go with it. And he goes long, and he goes right. There's DeBuck with those quick hands to snatch it away. He loves to go right into traffic, but he thought better of it, that situation. Now boy, that was a dangerous pass, way high. And the traveling is called. DeBuck wasn't crazy about the call, and Dave Niven is also not crazy about the call, but the official says he jumped up, came back down, changed his position, traveling. So we get close to the 9-minute mark in a relatively quickly played first half thus far. And that foul is charged to DeBuck. Union has committed 5 team fouls. Montevallo has not committed a personal foul. And they have now. Offensive foul is charged. And that is charged to Aiden Gardner, the big guy. Boy, you can tell he spends a lot of time in the weight room. All right, Union tries to spread them out once again. Pike tried to make a drive, but he suddenly sees 2 guys on top of him. That leaves wide open for a 3. JT DeBuck. So we have traded what I will call sporadic field goals here so far in this first half. Floater is there. Nicely done by Cam Glover. So the Bulldogs need another 3 to tie it once again. As we mentioned the other night, there have been 2 games, particularly West Florida and the Auburn-Montgomery game, as that one goes astray. Dave Niven has said we need to learn how to finish games. And, okay, they're going to give them a new 20 seconds. They reset it, but they're having a discussion about it. And now they're bringing the 3rd official over here to have the conversation. So the teams are going over to talk to their respective coaches for ever so quickly. And so they are, I don't think they have called a timeout in this case because we still have 7 seconds to go before you would have another media timeout. We're not going to break away at this point. And they are coming over. I think they're going to check a replay here for a moment. All right, to be sure they got the call right on the out-of-bounds play. Let me see if I can at least pull up some quick stats. Glover and Fussell both with 5 for Montevallo, and for Union, it is J.T. DeBuck with 5. But we have had, this has just been, I don't want to call it a lackadaisical type of offense. And you see some of the Union faculty members who are enjoying the game on a Saturday afternoon. I don't want to call it a lackadaisical set of offense, but neither team has been able to get any kind of consistency going. Montevallo shooting 32%, Union 33%. Union has made 6 turnovers, 4 turnovers for the Falcons. Now I think we're finally set to get it all together again. And RCA Victor going to try to toss it in. He was trying to go to Littlepage. And trying to get the floater to go, and it's off the iron. And Tyson Sexton, who's in the game, 6'5" freshman, flying it down the floor. That's tipped away. That's the 5th turnover for the Falcons. Tell you what, Victor can go high. It's a jump ball, but alternate possession will stay with Union. I mean, you had more people over there. They were packed like sardines in a can. We got timeout. 7:47 remaining, and it is Montevallo on top of Union, 16-13. This has been preview weekend on the Union University campus, and they have had many, many students and their families to come and check out the place. And I know the university president, Dub Oliver, has enjoyed greatly hosting all of them. They had a big president's dinner last night. And we're about ready to go. They're going to toss it in over on the left wing. 7:47 remaining. Pike, and Victor was not expecting that pass, and it just went off his hands. And they kick it for the hook, and it doesn't go. And reverse layup finally drops in. Brandon Fussell, who is a tremendous floor leader. That gives him 7 on the afternoon. Let's see what Little Page decides to do with it. Bulldogs trailing by 5, and they tipped it away. This defense has just been surgical so far for Montevallo. They haven't been able to capitalize that much and get a huge lead, but they have kept Union from getting any type of continuity on offense. They slow it down with the fall away, and it doesn't go. And this is going to be a huge scrum trying to come up with it. And it appears to be a timeout called. We'll call a quick one here. 18-13, Montevallo on top.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Out. 2 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. It is Montevallo up by 6. Well, as they strike up with the Land of 1,000 Dances, and you get to see more of the fans who are here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Union's Lady Bulldogs finally pulled away in the second half after trailing at halftime and defeated Montevallo 73-50. The Bulldogs have just not been able to get a lead since it was 2-0. And that makes it just, it is so difficult in a situation like this to have any kind of consistency. And they've moved it back to a 3-point lead a couple of times here down the stretch of this period. And Johnson's going to go to the free throw line when we come back. Ahmad averaging nearly 17 points a game for the Bulldogs. Jordan Pike 14 and Little Page 13. So between those three, they give you 44 a game. And Johnson pounds it home. Takes his time and delivers. So he's done everything he could to try to keep Union within this contest, within a reasonable confine of the lead. And fall-away jumper is there for Tyson Sexton. And they go back out to that full 2-possession lead. They go inside to Little Page, who had it snatched away. And I can tell you, Fussell wanted a jump ball called, but they said he didn't get full control of it, so Union will play it with 14 remaining on the shot clock. Had to hurry to get it in. And that was just way too much of an angle to try to get that on a bounce pass. And Little Page with actually 2 blocks there. And here they run around the perimeter again with Sarver, and they just keep trying to find somebody open, but this defense has been, they're going into what looks like a 3-2 zone now. And Pike has not been able to get a lot of his dribble drives to the basket, but 2-point basket goes for Johnson. And he has been pretty much the offense since he came into the game. Ahmad now with 9, and it's a 27-23 game. Here goes the drive and the foul. Now the question is, are they going to say play it underneath? The foul is charged to Devaki Gar. And JT DeBuck will check back in as Gar goes out. And I can tell you, the big guys for Montevallo, they want the basketball. There goes the steal. Union may have numbers. And going all the way down, and the high extension. Johnson has closed it to a 2-point game. And we've got timeout. 55 seconds remaining, and it is now 27-25.
The award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. The premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
And we do salute our crew from Worthy Road Studios, the production company that is bringing you these pictures this afternoon, Director Christopher Reasons, and we'll tell you all about our camera operators and everybody else who's part of this. Eric Inman. As well as Adriana Bolin. And we've got others. Andrew Burris, part of our crew today. Glad to have them all on board. Traveling is called. They just said he took a step before he dished the ball off. So the travel is called on Jack Henderson. So we got less than 45 seconds, and Union with an opportunity to tie. The only lead the Bulldogs have had was at 2-0. Little Page can handle the ball on the floor pretty well for a big man. The bounce pass has been hazardous for Union today. They've tried too many at wide angles, and it's just so hard to do that against zone defenses. So now what they have, the shot clock is turned off, and so it leaves it to Montevallo for the final shot, and you know they're going to lead it at halftime. Wide open for the three. No. They have to put up a desperation, and they don't get it. So in what was somewhat of a topsy-turvy first half, Montevallo will go to the halftime stripe with the lead 27-25, but it has been a rather unusual one in which you've really seen neither team get an extraordinary amount of momentum. And let's give you our quick run on the scores. Glover and Maddox with 8 each for Montevallo. And then you've got Fussell with 7 for Union. Ahmad Johnson with 11 of Union's 25 points. He is the game leader. 6 for Little Page and 5 for Jordan Pike. So that's where it stands right now, 27-25 at halftime. When we come back, we'll give you all the team totals of this one. And so right now, we'd like for you to visit with some of our fine sponsors. And after that, we'll be back. Everybody, enjoy. Steve Beverly back with you live with your Flow Sports halftime statistics. Let's take a look at them. Union has actually begun to edge ahead in field goal shooting, 39 to 33%. It's just that they have put up fewer field goals than Montevallo. Montevallo 11 of 33, Union 9 of 23. The Bulldogs have not been able to get that many second chance opportunities at the basket. Three-pointers have not been anything to really write home about. Montevallo 4 out of 16 for 25%. Union 3 of 11 for 27. Bulldogs shooting 67% from the line and Montevallo 50%. The Falcons only went to the free throw line twice in the first half. Union with a slim edge in rebounding, 19 to 18. In the turnover category, the Bulldogs have given it up more, 11 times to 7 for Montevallo. But Union has picked up more points off turnovers, 8 to 6. So it's about as evenly matched a game as you could possibly expect. It just was that the first half percentages just were not that pristine for either team. And just in case you just joined us, recapping, Glover and Maddox with 8 points each for Montevallo, 7 for Fussell. And for Union, 11 points for Ahmad Johnson, 6 for Jeremiah Littlepage, 5 for J.T. DeBuck. They're going to have more help from others in that lineup. They have kept Lane Sarver scoreless. Parker Applegate has not scored. Devaki Gar has not scored. So they've got to be able to pick up some additional support from the cast. And we got about 2 minutes remaining. Those are your halftime statistics brought to you by Flow Sports. And we are getting very, very close to the close of our season. And we want to thank all of you who have subscribed to the Flow Sports app, which does so much enjoyable sports programming for so many Division II conferences around the country. And we are proud of the Gulf South Conference to be a part of that. And we'll be back here next weekend as we begin to drift into, we're getting very, very close to that March Madness time. And, of course, the season will finish with Shorter and Lee coming in here to Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And that will wrap up the season, and then we'll have the first round of the conference tournament. Union's women will host a first-round game. It's unlikely that the winner of this contest that you're watching right now will host a first-round game if they get into the tournament. As we've talked about, Union really needs this one because if they let this one get away, they will be a game and a half behind Montevallo. It will not be impossible, but you get to that stage of the game where you just about have to have help to get out above that cut line of the top 8 teams. So we're about a half minute away from the start of our second half. And looking down the line, Union has done a good job of defending Glover, who is their number 2 scorer with 16, because they've held him to 3 out of 10 from the floor. And these teams, if you looked at I won't run down all of them, but if you looked at the stats, the key stats, they're almost dead even. Union averaging 78 points a game, Montevallo averaging 79. Each team, Union 37 rebounds per game, 35 for Montevallo, and the shooting percentage is almost dead even between the two. Montevallo dropped one to Christian Brothers Thursday night down in Memphis, 81-65 as we start the second half. And it's Gardner, and that was a little elbow move there. And he was more successful with the bounce pass, but they couldn't get it to deliver. And that's going to be a reach-in foul charged to Henderson. That'll be his first. They only committed 4 personal fouls in the entire first half. Union only 6. So the officials have largely been letting them play. 33 degrees outside in the hub city of West Tennessee. So the chill of winter has returned here as we get into the second half of February. From the corner, the three. It is there, and Lane Sarver connects. So Union with its first lead since it was 2-0. And they work it around the perimeter as they have so often this afternoon. Quick release three. The answer shot is there for Henderson. That's his first basket of the afternoon. And we have a 30-28 game, so we're just trading the lead. That one did not go, and Gardner high for the rebound. That's only his second board of the afternoon, but he hasn't really had to be in position for them that much. And it's continuous battle between Gardner and Littlepage. And down to 7 on the shot clock, going for the bomb. You could feel it the minute it left his hand. Henderson getting hot. 2 straight threes for him, and it's now a 33-28 contest. Knocked away. It'll be Union's ball. And let's see how Dave Niven's going to play this one coming out of the out-of-bounds play. And in all kinds of traffic, and Pike just never had a prayer with that. Turnaround, the floater is there for Glover. And now they're sliding out to their largest lead of the game. The Falcons on top now 35-28. Up until that point, their biggest lead was at 27-21, so Union did not stay with the lead long. And they dish it out, and Littlepage couldn't get it up inside the window. They're going for the bomb. No. Tell you what, this team is very fast, and Pike is too, and could not get it, but the follow from Parker Applegate. And that gets a little enthusiasm in the crowd. It was a rather quiet crowd during the first half, as neither of these teams had any explosive plays or had any kind of those flurries, and you got a travel charge to Fussell. Kind of like the old singer Billy Graham used to sing, I feel like I gotta travel on. Here we go. And slowing that tempo down once again is Garr. They're trying to be a little bit more deliberate and set a screen, and there was a foul away from the ball. You could see Jordan Pike backing into the cushions, and that foul will be on Maddox. That's his second. He didn't think it was him. Nobody is in serious foul trouble at this point in the game. Littlepage, double spin move and the one-hand floater. So Jeremiah keeping Union in it. That gives him 8. And that goes right into the hands of Pike. Maddox thought he was going to be able to get it off the glass. That was almost a 180 spin by Garr, and look at him coming up behind on defense to knock it away. And he gets a big hand, and they say actually it was last off of the hands of Glover, and so it is Union ball and a chance to potentially tie the game off that turnover. They're double teaming Pike all over. Now that leaves wide open for a 3, and the game is tied. Devaki Garr And timeout called, 15:46 remaining. We're all deadlocked at 35.
The award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. The premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Dave Niven certainly has to be happy with what he saw on that last two series of possessions in which the Bulldogs got a steal and they got a conventional possession and tied the game at 35. But this is a team that desperately is hungry for a conference victory here. They have a 2-game losing streak they're trying to break. Montevallo in the same boat as Union, doing everything possible to hold on to that number 8 slot so that they can get in the conference tournament. And you may say, well, okay, they get in, they're the number 8 seed. The deal is, once you get into the tournament, you folks have seen so many times how things have turned around and upsets occur, and you just want to give yourself an opportunity. And that's why this game is so important as we are down in the closing stretches of the 2023-24 season. The 3 is off the mark. So they have grown cold from outside. That was almost like a bowling ball pass. It was kicked away, so Union will play it. I don't think there's any defensive position on the court that Jordan Pike doesn't like. Here we go. A media timeout, and then we'll come right back. Well, there's some happy young ladies, as they usually are. At this stage right now, with us all deadlocked at 35 all, Union is shooting 43% from the floor, and Montevallo only 35%. But again, as we mentioned, they've put up 10 more shots than the Bulldogs have, 40-30. So Union, if they want to be able to take this game, have got to go after aggressively attacking the basket more. Gar thought about the 3 and then backed off of it. This has just been incisive defense. Turnaround jumper. Gets the friendly bounce. Little Page with 10. So they go right into their discipline, again with a lot of motion. Fall away 3 is there and retaking the lead once again. Glover's 3 gives him 13. He is the game's leader. Gar, who has that low center of gravity. And from the corner, the answer shot is there for Jordan Pike. That's his second 3 of the game, and Union back to the lead at 40-38. Matches its, believe it or not, his largest lead. Biggest lead for Montevallo was 7. The jumper to try to tie it again, not there, and it goes off of the knee of Jeremiah Littlepage. And checking in, Ahmad Johnson. as well as J.T. DeBuck. Here's Champagne with it. You got a lot of movement in the gray area on that court. Gardner lost it, but they say that it was a reach-in foul on the part of Littlepage, which that would be his first. And Gardner will go to the line for 2. On the season, Gardner is not one of their strongest free throw shooters, but he delivers there and can tie it with this next one. And gets the friendly bounce. Gardner with 4. So once again, we're all deadlocked at 40. At halftime, it was 27-25 Montevallo. Littlepage double team. They do that quite a bit. That was knocked out by Fussell. Fred DeLay Gymnasium has a lot of history behind it. There have been many men's and women's championships and championship games been played here over the years in the NAIA and at the NCAA level, and that goes out of bounds. It'll go back to Union off the hands of Gardner. Union Lady Bulldogs have won 2 NCAA South Regional championships on this floor. Follow-away for the 3 is there. J.T. DeBuck with 8. So we're at 43-40, but you just get this sense that neither team is going to pull away from the other. And on the drive-in, let's see if it's going to be either DeBuck or it's going to be, all right, he's going to charge that one to J.T. They say he was not in the act of shooting. Boy, what it would be if you had another overtime as we did in the women's game on Thursday night. And Gardner high up for it over Littlepage. So Gardner was 6. They're looking for more from him here in this second half, and Union fritters it away. Ironically, Gardner is not one of their players in double figures. Jalen Curry, the leader, with 16. Cameron Glover, a 16-point average. Jack Henderson, 13. Fussell, 13. And Justin Graham, 10. And here you go. Henderson is very dangerous. He's an excellent ball handler, particularly for a guy that goes 6'5" or 6'6". So we're down now to 10 on the shot clock. And overshooting it, and Gardner could not deliver. And coming down with it is Johnson. Union did not have numbers, but they had space. And Johnson sensed that he was about to be clobbered, and he will go to the line for 2. The foul is on Fussell. That is just his first. As we mentioned, there is nobody in serious foul trouble at this stage of the game. And again, this is your morgue moment here because it gets so quiet somewhat at this stage of the game when a Union player is at the free throw line. Johnson, excellent free throw shooter. He delivers 3 out of every 4. And he has been perfect this afternoon, 6 for 6, 13 points. He and Glover are the game leaders, and Union back to a 3-point lead. And they're working against DeBuck, and the turnaround does not fall. He was hoping for a friendly roll, and Little Page the rebound. He's got 6 this afternoon. Tipped away. It was just beyond the range of Johnson, and a reach-in foul will be charged to JT. So that's his second foul. Timeout called. We're at the 12-minute mark. A lot of time remaining. 45-42, Union on top.
The award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. The premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Dave Niven trying to keep his team on an even keel. It has been turnovers that have been the problem, 14 of them for the Bulldogs to 10 for Montevallo. Now the Bulldogs still have the edge in points off turnovers, 13-8, but when you got a game this tight and conference tournament berths on the line here, you just absolutely have to do everything you can to maintain control of the basketball. And I'm sure without question Anthony Camaro is saying the same thing. These 3 young ladies have been on camera more than once today, and that's because they really are. They're begging Mom to send them money. So, Mom, if you got a little spare change, something else that's in the purse, remember your daughters who are here, because we don't want them to have people to feel sorry for them. Here we go once again with Fussell. They are down to 15 on the shot clock, and he's working against Pike. The give and go down the lane. It goes to Maddox. Cole has 10. And back outside it goes to Pike. Got the high extension. Pike has 9. Believe it or not, Union's largest lead now at 4. What they want to avoid is having that sort of a leaky faucet. With that air ball, that helped. They want to avoid having that leaky faucet they've seemed to have had at the 8-minute mark. And Johnson knew it was there the minute he let it fly. He was already down the floor to rebound, and timeout is called. We're under 11 minutes. Union now with a 3-possession lead. Well, Dave Niven's team has now gone over 50% from the floor, and they're at 50% in three-pointers. And that is huge for this team, because if they can continue that consistency, perhaps they can get back to the 500 mark, but more importantly, to have a half-game lead for that number 8 position headed into the conference tournament in a couple of weeks. And Anthony Camara at this stage of the game with his team down 7 is trying to just assure them, look, we've just got to play our fundamentals. %36%, and look at the fans here. It's a great way to enjoy yourself on a Saturday afternoon, and we still have some dates remaining. And because of Union's arrangement with First Bank, Admission is free. There's no reason you shouldn't come. So remember that. You've still got plenty of time to come out and see some great basketball, and particularly at the intercollegiate level. Excellent ball handling on the part of Glover. And he goes up long, and it's off the iron. Good extension by Maddox. Oh, my. That was an unintentional situation, and it's better for everybody to just calm down from it. The foul is on Pike, and that is his second. JT DeBuck is the only one who has 3 fouls in the game. And RCA Victor checks out. Met some members of his family just this past Thursday night, and they're going to, with 10:28 to go, call the teams over, and apparently they're going to look to see if this was any kind of a flagrant foul, so they are going to look at the replay right now. Let's take a 30-second break, and we'll be back.
Your life.
Your home.
Your business. Your future.
Focusing on you, West Tennessee Bank strives to serve its clients in every season of life. With vast experience in personal and business banking, we take pride in guiding you through significant events. At West Tennessee Bank, we help you realize your dreams.
West Tennessee Bank is a division of Decatur County Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. West Tennessee Bank, focused on you.
Union shooting 51% from the floor, 50% in three-pointers, and they now have the edge rebounding 26-23. For Montevallo, 35% from the floor, 32% in three-pointers, which that's below their season average in both of those categories. They're 3 for 4, 75% from the free throw line. And so far in the rebounding category, Maddox is their leader with 5 for Union. It is Pike and Littlepage with 6 each. Pike has also had 6 assists in the game. He's always looking for the open player. But as we mentioned earlier, as you see some of these young folks at the game that enjoy time here on a Saturday afternoon, and they are still examining that to look to see if there was any kind of a flagrant foul. That's what our assumption is from where we are, because there was a signal that somewhat indicated that. And sometimes this is one of those things that you look at and you say, and not being critical of these gentlemen because they're doing what they're supposed to do, but somebody has got to come up with a way that we can expedite these things, because it kills all continuity and momentum in a game when you take that long. And we have been, now they've got to come over and talk it over between the three of them. And it is more than 5 minutes that we have delayed trying to find out what the call should be. And they're over talking to Dave Niven about it now. It is a common foul, so it is not going to be a shooting foul, and it was not a flagrant foul. So we took 5 minutes to decide that. All right, they take their time again. A lot of rotation. You see it both behind and inside the arc, and that one's short. They're 7 of 23 now, and they're getting down to the 30% mark, and Union is capitalizing and holding them to these one-shot possessions. Pike just threw that one away. Again, another bounce pass. When they work, they're great, but bounce passes for the large part against zone defenses have become almost a dinosaur in college basketball. It's so difficult to weave it in between defenders. Had that gone in, that would have been a modern-day wash-a-day miracle, but the ball goes back to to the Falcons. And Littlepage is getting set to check back in for Jordovic. And also back in is Devaki Gar for JT DeBuck. So we're under 10 minutes to go. And he finally finds Maddox with it. Maddox and Glover have delivered 23 points, and the threes are just not dropping for Montevallo. And here comes Pike. Going for the bomb. Yes! Devaki Gar with his second three, and that gets the bench up, and Union now with a 10-point lead. The thing you have to watch for, though, Union has had these large leads, double-digit leads, with 8 to 9 minutes to go, and the game has gotten away from them, and that is a double dribble. Officials having a discussion about it. And let's see if one overrules the other. And Dave Niven obviously is not, well, from the way we look at him, it doesn't look like they give it back to Montevallo. Initially, one of the officials signaled double dribble, but he was overruled. They go for the bomb on the other side, and that is 5 three-pointers in a row that have failed to go. So they work it back around the perimeter again. Pike with one of those dangerous fakes that he delivers. Gar thought about it. Johnson is, and it goes off the iron. Here comes Fussell. 8.5 remaining. And he got through all of the defense there. Excellent job by Maddox. He has 12. And that breaks a string of 8 consecutive points for the Bulldogs. Underneath, yes, sir. Ahmad Johnson with 18. He has become the offensive leader for this Union team. And we're getting close to the 8-minute mark. We're going to have another media timeout very shortly. I tell you what, he is all over Maddox, who just threw it away. And we have that media timeout. Union by 10, 56-46. Anthony Kimura could be making some offensive adjustments here because they've had 5 straight three-pointers that have failed to deliver. And this is one of those critical points for a Union team that seemingly has had a tendency to have grease on their hands when we get to the 8-minute mark if they have a double-digit lead and it is eased away from them. It happened this past Thursday night against Auburn Montgomery. A 15-point lead ended in a 1-point loss. Bulldogs with a huge opportunity here. Quick passing. Going against everyone, and they couldn't make it go. Gar had an opening, and he had beaten the defender but couldn't get it to go. But at the opposite end, that's a 4-point turnaround. Bulldogs by 8. And you got to wonder if that starts cranking in their minds about, okay, here's that time again in at least 2 games during the season that we have slid away from a substantial lead. And it is Sarver. It is a 3 for Lane Sarver. His second 3 of the game, and at what a time. Under 7 minutes now, Union by 11. Trying an answer shot. No. 6 threes in a row have failed for the Falcons. They've had their shots at it. And the foul, as taking it to the deck hard, was Applegate. Parker's okay, but he took that. Union will play it underneath. Each team has committed 4 fouls, so nobody's in the bonus. Montevallo with only 1 timeout remaining. That could be critical down the stretch. Little Page with a change of pace. And a big bomb. And a 3. Devaki Gar with 9. Union's largest lead now at 62-48. And here is where a Union team has to play smart basketball. The jumper. No, it's not there, and Sarver was almost clobbered, but he came down with that rebound. That's 5 for Lane. Underneath, there you go. Ahmad Johnson with 20, timeout. Bulldogs on top by 16, back in a moment.
Dynamics Physical Therapy, your elite provider in sports medicine and performance. Now serving communities throughout West Tennessee.
Anthony Kamara has just called his final timeout. Now, he will get a benefit of the media timeout that comes at the 4-minute mark. But he can't stop the action for the rest of the way, and his team is down 16 after leading at halftime, 27-25. And they had a lead as large as 7 at 35-28. Since that point in time, Union has taken off with a 36-13 run. And part of the issue is 6 consecutive three-pointers that have failed to go, and they decide to just let it roll, and Union lets them roll it. Fall-away jumper is there. Sexton with his second basket of the afternoon. And they did it with, and they're all over double teaming and the foul. And Coach Kamara didn't like that at all. That's not a shooting foul, and they're not in the bonus. That is the 15 foul. So Union with 22 on the shot clock. The key thing for the Bulldogs is not to start playing not to lose. That happens a lot of times with a young team like this. There are 5 freshmen and 3 sophomores on this team, and you get into situations where rather than doing what brought you to this point, you start doing things just to protect the lead. They got to hurry. Put it up from the corner. No, just short for Sarver. He had the range, but it hit the top of the iron. They're going to try to go at the other end. No, same thing happened, and the clobber. Oh, my goodness. That's on Maddox. And that was unintentional. He was all over him there, but that is the 16th foul, so Union will be in the bonus after that one. And we're just over the 5-minute mark. And they're going to send Devaki Gar out for a little bit just to look at it. He got sliced up on the arm a bit. So JT DeBuck returns. And here he goes. He plays with reckless abandon. He's knocked out of bounds. So JT will toss it in. And he gets the signal from Dave Niven. So they go into that stack formation that they often do when they're under their own goal. And they're down the floor quickly to Littlepage, and he lost it off his fingertips. So again, under the 5-minute mark, Union still, the largest lead was at 16, but they are trying their best to maintain their defensive strategy and not allow this one to get away from them. And the foul is on DeBuck. And for JT, that is his 4th. Only the 15th foul on Union. Dave Niven still has 3 timeouts remaining, but Anthony Kamara cannot stop the clock himself. Here's Sexton, and they go for the bomb again and again. That is 7 threes in a row that they have failed to deliver. And a tripping foul, and that does put Union in the bonus. So at the line, it'll be JT DeBuck. On the season, a 67% free throw shooter. This is Devaki Gar. We didn't see the additional one. This is Devaki Gar. And he connects. Gar is the leading percentage shooter on this team from the stripe, 85%. And he's in double digits with 10. Outstanding freshman he is, and he delivers. So Union up by 16 again, matching its largest lead. There they go. No way you were going to stop him when he got behind. They had a mismatch on there anyway, and Gardner with 8. They're going to that half-court trap to try to give Union all kinds of problems, and timeout called by Devaki Gar. So here we go, 4:19 remaining, 66-52. Back in a moment. Well, that's going to also serve as a media timeout, according to the PA announcer. So under those circumstances, Dave Niven has 2 timeouts remaining. Anthony Kamara has none. So they'll play down this final 4:19 stretch. And checking back in is going to be Jack Henderson. And Union has held him to 8 points in this game. Glover, the leader from Montevallo, with 13, 12 for Maddox, 8 each for Gardner and Henderson. For Union, it's been, as it has been so many times since Christmas, Ahmad Johnson with 20. And he has 4 rebounds to go along with that, 6 for 6 from the free throw line. 11 points for Devaki Gar and 10 for Jeremiah Littlepage. Pike is the leading rebounder for Union with 7. He also has 8 assists in the game. And here we go. Union will play it again, and they'll face the all-court pressure. And frankly, you have to gamble with that at this stage of the game, hoping you can force a turnover. Johnson in all kinds of trouble, has it knocked away. Now, this may be a situation that you could easily see Pike or Littlepage try to sneak behind the defenders and let them go for the home run, and Pike just tried to do that. That's going to be too long for, oh my, he almost slid he could have had a serious injury there. He almost slid into the concession area. So we're down at 4-12. Union committing the turnover. That's the 18th for the Bulldogs. But still on top by 14. And that is going to be a backdoor foul on Garr, his second. That is only the 16th foul, but they say he was in the act of shooting. So Fussell goes to the line. 88% free throw shooter, so you figure he will deliver right here. But Union is going to have to do something to deal with this all-court pressure that Montevallo has decided. As we say, it's a gamble at this stage of the game, particularly when you don't play it that often, but it is rattling the Bulldogs a bit. Misses the second one. Pike the rebound. Almost a steal. They got a 2-on-2, and it's there, and the foul for Littlepage. Hesitated just enough to be able to get an opening, and he'll go to the line for a three-point play. And Jeremiah's free throw shooting has improved immensely. He was in the 50s when he was a freshman. Now 73%. And this could give him a 16-point lead once again. And does. Littlepage has delivered this afternoon. And here they go once again. Long bomb. It's there. Glover with 16. And they got to hurry up, and he calls timeout again because they couldn't get anybody open. Well, I can tell you somebody who was open was Ahmad Johnson, and nobody saw him. Nobody was in 30 feet of him. Let's take timeout. Union still up by 13.
When you hear our name, know that it comes with a promise to give back to the community that built us. A promise to provide a human touch in a world that is becoming more automated. Ever since we put our roots down in Jackson in 1996, we have aspired to be community-focused by supporting programs and organizations that are important to our city. At First Bank, it is our mission to be present in our community and to continue the belief that when you bank local, you get more. Member FDIC.
Well, Union has coughed it up 18 times, and a real challenge has been trying to bring it in from underneath the Bulldogs' goal, facing this all-court pressure that now is including all 5 Falcons. Ahmad Johnson was wide open on the last exchange. There's a tripping foul, and Union in the bonus. Not the double bonus yet. That would be on the next foul. 3:37 remaining. And to seal this game, crisp free throw shooting is needed here. This is Garr, 85% shooter, and delivers. Garr with 12. And this could put Union back up a full 5 possessions, and he does. I will say, Montevallo has been playing with a sense of urgency, and the 3 is there. They left Glover wide open. He has 19 now. They are all over Garr. What a pass he got to get away, and wide open underneath is, there you go. That's how you beat it. Pike was wide open. They go for the bomb again, and again it is Glover. You can't take the ball out of his hands because he is all over it, and you got another collision with 3 minutes remaining, and we'll come back down at the opposite end. Dave Niven with 1 timeout remaining. So Johnson goes to the line. This afternoon, he's perfect, 6 for 6. Tell you what, after missing 7 threes in a row, Glover got a wake-up call. And he's been hitting bombs. Johnson to try to settle it down. First miss of the afternoon. You see that happen late in the game, and it is usually a case of a player who's just weary. And the junior from Punta Gorda, Florida, gets the second one. He has a very nice form at the free throw line. We're under 3. But the Falcons are playing with that sense of urgency that you have to in this situation. And the foul was called under the basket. Gardner will go to the line. He's hit the only 2 that he's had today. And he could close what at one point was a 16-point lead on 3 different scenarios. He could cut that down to 10. And JT DeBuck fouls out of the game. In and out. And here goes Pike. Like a house of fire. Takes it all the way home. The exclamation point for Jordan Pike. Let's see if Glover tries to hit a bomb again. He does, but he doesn't. And the opportunities are going away for Montevallo. Going for the bomb is Sarver. No, in and out. Littlepage thought he had it. Finally, Henderson comes down with it. They've got a 3-on-2, and it's Glover again, and Glover can't hit. But underneath, they don't hit an easy layup. Maddox had it wide open and couldn't deliver. Under 2 minutes. Union going to try to shave some time off. Up 14. Spin move, and Sarver lost it off his fingertips. Glover again. Maybe trying to take too much on his own back. Here they go, 2-on-1 and losing it. Oh my goodness, nobody feels worse about that than Ahmad Johnson. It was a 2-on-1. He could have either taken it home or dished it off, but you still give another opportunity to the Falcons. As we get close to the 90-second mark in this game. It has been all Bulldogs in the second half. Pull away, 3, and it does not fall. Littlepage, another rebound. Jeremiah with 9 off the glass. Union's going to take some time off the clock. I'm not sure how closely the Falcons are going to try to get this away, because at this stage of the game, it's almost a done deal. They go underneath, and Pike, he had it, and they wipe it off. Well, you can hear how they feel about it in Jackson. Oh, my goodness. Pike was so hungry for another stuff, and it just went too hard and came out and then went out of bounds. They let Glover take that one all the way. He's got 24. He's probably going to wind up as the game leader. They foul, and I sincerely hope, this is one of the few editorial comments I'll give you, I hope they're not going to the foul fest. This is the kind of thing, if they are, that makes so much of the last minute or two of college football college basketball at times unwatchable. We spend so much time trying to foul in the hopes that we can get a miracle series of misses, and it rarely ever happens. And Devaki Carr did what he had to do to make it not happen. Gets them both, 15 for Gar, and he's perfect from the line, 6 for 6. We're under a minute, and Glover tries it again. No. And Pike is fouled again. Yeah, they're going to the foul fest, and it's just, this is a waste of time. This all started back in 1983 when Jim Valvano fouled his way to a national championship with North Carolina State, and just about everybody has tried to duplicate that. You can occasionally make that happen with a poor free throw shooting team, or at least get yourself back in the game, but not when it's a 15-point game and 47 seconds left. Pike didn't have to worry about stuffing it that time. He got both of them. 16 for Jordan. And they're going to try to go to the inside, and the reverse layup is there for Fussell. He's in double figures with 10. And there they go again. It is Glover. That is his third foul. So once again, we send Devaki Gar to the line. That's the worst guy in the world to put on the line for Union. You put on the guy who is their best free throw shooter. And he'll just collect them and in and out. Just as I say that, he misses one. But he was entitled. He's still right at his 86% for the day, 85% for the season. And Devaki connects to make it a 15-point game once again. Union is going to go back to the 8th place spot in the Gulf South Conference, and there's a steal once again. And I think that was a case of the freshman being just a little bit unbalanced, trying to get it down the floor. So for Union, that's the 21st turnover, but it hasn't hurt them that much because they've only given up 11 points off those mistakes. Bomb, not there. They are 10 for 38 in three-pointers, and I think that is going to do it. As Johnson just goes into a 180, and the Bulldogs came from a deficit of 7 in the first half and won it 81-66 behind 4 players in double figures. 13 for Little Page. He had 9 rebounds, just short of a double-double. 16 for Devaki Gar, 15 Jordan Pike, and the leader, our player of the game, Ahmad Johnson, 6 of 10 from the floor, 21 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists. Ahmad Johnson, our Flow Sports player of the game. So Union sweeps the doubleheader this afternoon, and they will go back a half game now ahead of Montevallo in the battle for that final slot for the Gulf South Conference tournament. So we've enjoyed having you with us this afternoon, and this is Steve Everly saying so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee, where the final score was Union 81, Montevallo 66. This has been a presentation of Flow Sports, the Gulf South Conference, and its member institutions. Good night, everybody.
The award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. The premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.